Guys, I'm grabbing as much information as I can right now. For those of you who are just now joining me, kind of a sloppy entry into this live stream, but that's mainly because I'm trying to get as much information as I can. Obviously, news is that while they say multiple casualties, I don't know how many, but I know that we have casualties involved in downtown Louisville. It would appear that it's at a bank. Let me see here, guys.
Check, check. Just make sure that I have sound now. I think I was minus some sound a little bit ago. Any of you guys in the room looking at yes, Matt, FBI does have an office in Louisville. Irish Rover in Florida says Fox just said the shooter is dead. So that is news to me. Let's see what we've got here. Let me see if I can pull this into the room now. Let me change which camera I'm pulling in here real quick, guys. Here's one I believe is alive. Or it was live. Now it's not anymore. Let me see if I can hear this audio now. Of course, there's not going to be any audio. Yeah, for some reason, the audio is not coming through here from this ABC affiliate. So that's kind of useless. And typically, I'll try to pull from a local affiliate whenever we are trying to discern anything going on here, because usually the local affiliates are going to give you a lot better information because they're on the ground. They're there. They don't have to mobilize or get in touch with anybody else. And this one here looks like nothing. Louisville Metro Police Department confirmed. Here we go. Is it just me? I'm just not hearing any audio.
In blue will show up there to offer support to the officer and the family members as well. So they're asking anyone, if you have any information, they really need it. 574 LMPD is the number to call as they continue to gather all of the interviews from witnesses and evidence from this scene. You can imagine how much work is ahead for them over the next few days as they work on that scene.
And as you mentioned, Shannon, just heartbreaking for folks to come off of the Easter weekend, coming out of spring break, folks going into work on a Monday morning, and then having to deal with this situation. Again, 5 people are dead and 6 people were injured, taken to the hospital, including a LMPD officer, taken to University Hospital after this horrific shooting that happened at Old National Bank on East Main Street. We know that the suspect is, police have said that he is no longer a threat, and that we are waiting to hear more information about who he is, what his motive is. We are digging into some of that information as well.
So hopefully at 11:30, we know so many people have questions about this, but these are the details. It happened this morning at the old National Bank building. First call came in about 5:30. And sad news that we're learning, we have been told multiple casualties. LMPD now confirming 5 people were shot and killed.
Gosh.
6 injured, at least they're saying. And the shooter at this point, we know that the active situation is over. Huge sigh of relief for so many people who may have been just locked in their office, but the circumstances are unknown as to how the shooter was killed. LMPD is planning another update, as Myra and I have been mentioning, at 11:30 this morning, and we're going to stay on the air and we'll be bringing you that live.
LMPD didn't really take questions from the media in this presser, so we're hoping that we're able to ask some more questions come 11:30 from them to get a little bit more information about the shooter. Again, he is dead. We do not know how he died. There are still questions about that. We don't know what his relationship was to the folks who worked at that bank and to the bank in general. So we're working to find some more information about that. But in all of this, right now, no active threat to folks who are there, but still a very heavy police presence there in downtown Louisville. Again, 5 dead and 6 injured. And one of the 6 is a LMPD officer. Again, police are asking folks to call their anonymous tip line, 574 LMPD. You hear us say it all the time here on Wave News. If you have any information about this, you're asked to give them a call and send any information. Shannon, you found some tweets from folks who said that they were shot in the leg, shot in the thigh, right? And were
shot in the calf.
Shot in the calf.
Saying, I am
just grateful.
Alive.
Yes.
Thank God.
Yes.
Grateful to be alive after what is no doubt a terrifying situation, and we'll learn more details about what transpired. But you can imagine, too, even for police officers pulling up to that very large building, not knowing what is going on inside, and just hearing the sound, they said, of gunshots still being fired off from inside that building. So they must have reacted very quickly. The call came in at 8:30, and couple of hours later,
wonder if somebody had all their money lost by the bank.
Dead. Again, we don't know much
not justifying it, but
how that
if it's not a robbery,
self-inflicted wound, or did police fire and kill the shooter? We're going to get more information at about 11:30. But we have crews spread out all throughout the area who have been monitoring this, and they've been reporting on the number of sirens that they've been hearing, and the activity even from the air as they had police choppers up in this area. But this all comes as the city is very busy getting ready for one of the largest events, Thunder over Louisville, which is just a couple of weeks away, coming up on April 22nd.
Shannon, we're going to go to Mark Stevens. He is live at U of L Hospital. Mark.
Shannon and Myra, as you reported, 6 people, including an officer, were transported here to U of L Health downtown to the trauma center. I'm just going to get out of the shot for a minute. Obviously, there's treatment undergoing. We're waiting for the hospital to give us more specifics about what kind of injuries they've seen. As you guys have been reporting and I've been listening, we've had, we know that somebody was at least injured in the calf, so that would be someone who would be here at the hospital getting treatment. As you can see, one thing that has changed in the time since we last came on is that LMPD has brought their crime scene units here, because in addition to treatment at the hospital, police are also going to have to be gathering evidence as they continue to conduct their investigation of this shooting that occurred earlier today, where the hospital didn't give us a list of injuries yet. We do know, as you've been reporting, 6 people, including the officer, taken to the ER here at University of Louisville Hospital downtown. We do know the hospital plans at some point to set up some kind of press conference to give us an update from what we would imagine to be ER doctors about the types of injuries that they have seen and have been
stabilizing brace,
don't have specifics on
body armor.
Again, the situation
definitely going to be an AR-15.
it was hours ago. A spokesperson for the hospital said it was very busy this
I'd
morning.
like to
We
remind you
arrived
guys
over,
that only a
3
couple of hundred
natural
miles
ambulances
away,
here
and
on scene.
I'm kind of
Most of those
exaggerating
have
a little bit
left.
when I say
Now the
that.
change is that the
The NRA
compliance unit
show
is here, and
is
so we
this
were mentioned
weekend
that
in
detectives for
Indianapolis,
LMPD
right down
are
the road from
gathering
Louisville.
information and evidence that they need.
Remember
in the
this same thing
investigation of
happened
this
in
shooting
Uvalde
that's
last
ongoing.
week, the week
Live at
before
Louisville
the
Hospital,
NRA
Steve,
show
Wade
in
News.
Houston.
Here, or do I need to go back to? Again, Mark telling us what's going on there at U of L Hospital. We are going to go now to Sean Bowdy, who is live close to the scene. Sean, what can you tell us?
Now, just a block in
You
front
might
of
be
us is
right,
where that
Hepatitis,
happened. We got a little closer
because
once
they
we
haven't
learned that
said
there's
it's an
no more
AR-15
active
yet, so maybe it's
aggressor. But you
not.
can see the police that are still here. But one thing that Mark said too that I want to point out is the kind of calamity or the calmness that has come about this scene. Obviously, when we now know that the aggressor involved in that is dead, and we're starting to finally see police officers leave this scene. So we had to quickly get over to the sidewalk to make sure that these police officers could get out of here. And you mentioned the press conference that they're expecting to have at 11:30, which is something that I'm interested to see as well, because I've seen a lot of ambulances leave out here. We got here around 8:45 this morning, and really from 8:45 for the next hour or two, we saw ambulance after ambulance pull up and leave. We saw fire trucks, police officers all doing the same. It never seemed to slow down. To see it slow down is a good sign, obviously, but ultimately, at the end of the day, just a tragic situation to see what's happened right here in the heart of our city. So many police officers still on the scene, marked, unmarked cars,
5 dead.
EMS
Wow, that's
still on the
crazy.
scene. And obviously, we are expecting to hear from LMPD multiple times throughout the day to update us on what's
Dave,
happening. But it's still going to
that's
be
what they'll call
difficult
it.
to come through here if you're trying to do that. It is a safer situation.
Now that they've normalized the word assault weapon, whatever it is will be called an assault weapon.
So that is the good news if you are in the area, living in the area. I talked to a couple of people that live in the building across the street from where it happened. They said they were at the coffee shop just a few blocks away. The building sent them a text alerting them to what had happened, and they were told to avoid the area, and many of them did avoid the area. There are a lot of people, though, that have showed up here to take pictures, which is something police do not want to see as well because of the danger of the situation. But obviously much calmer now.
How is it dangerous? They said that the shooter was
just a
dead.
tragic story that you never want to cover here in the heart of Louisville. In Louisville, Sean Bowdy, Wave News.
All right, thank you so much, Sean. Just heartbreaking to learn these details. Again, 5 dead and 6 injured, including an LMPD officer after a shooting at the Old National Bank this morning. This happened around 8:30 as folks are going into work. We know that the shooter is dead. We do not know how the shooter has died. We're still waiting to learn some more information about that. LMPD gave us a few details a few minutes ago. They're supposed to give an update in about an hour, but we weren't allowed to ask questions. So
it was very brief.
So those are the details that we have so far.
Right. 5 killed. So just imagine right now, 5 families are being told that their loved one was killed in the country's latest mass shooting
by a person.
that took place right here in downtown Louisville early this morning, about 8:30 at the Old National Bank building. So many questions still that we're waiting to get answered. It appears at this point that it was just one person involved in this shooting situation that left 5 people dead and 6, including an LMPD officer, with injuries. We don't know how severe those injuries are. We're working to learn that information, but they did put the call out. They'd love to get more information. So if you can provide anything, it's 574 LMPD is the number to call. As you take a live look right here at that scene, this is going to be a day that so many people will remember. Monday, April 10th, the day right after Easter Sunday, when so many people gathered with their loved ones to celebrate the holiday. And now we're facing this. All right, we told you just a short time ago, LMPD held a press conference. Let's listen
Thank you, Matthew.
to what Deputy Chief Paul Humphrey said.
Now they're saying a long assault rifle.
Was confirmed to be dead on the scene. We do not know exactly the circumstances of his death at this time. 5 people have been confirmed to have been killed inside. At least 6 were transported to University of Louisville Hospital, including 1 officer with various injuries. We are unable to confirm the status of those who have been transported at this time.
And Shannon, we were mentioning a tweet from someone who was taken to the hospital. They were shot in the leg, and they were just
Real quick, I want to mute this real quick to share with you guys what I'm going to leave this screen up. But on another site, which is another local affiliate, looks like an ABC affiliate, WHAS11.com. If you guys want to go check it out yourself. Where is it? They mentioned the gun here. Again, not that it matters. Innocent people were killed, but it matters to them. They're salivating at this. So we just talked about a witness who was inside the building told WHAS 11 they saw a man with a long assault rifle. Doesn't mean anything when they describe it like that. We know they're not gun people, so it could be a very inaccurate. Could have been a shotgun. Could have been another one of the Kel-Tecs. Fired multiple shots inside the bank on the first floor near the conference room area. He just started firing, this person said. I didn't see his face. We were in the conference room. Whoever was next to me got shot. Their blood's on me. Another witness who works in an office building facing the bank said the shooter and law enforcement officers got into a shootout. They said the civilians were being carried out. So let me get back over here and turn this audio back on, but that's what we know so far.
People taken to the hospital, they wouldn't tell us their conditions. They wouldn't let us ask any questions. And so we still have a lot more to learn here. And they said they're going to come back to us in about an hour to hopefully give us some more. But we do know that these calls came in around 8:30. And by the time first responders got here, there were active shots being fired. And they've said that shooter is now dead, but they wouldn't say exactly how that person died, any matter of that, but they said there is no active danger to anyone in the area. There are still a lot of people walking around here and just curious, poking their heads around the corners, maybe trying to go past the tape. And while there's no active threat to anyone right now, they want to keep this area clear because I still see some LMPD cruisers coming through here. They're not going away from it. If anything, they're still going closer to the scene. So they just want to keep this area clear for first responders only. So they're still asking people to stay away from the area. And they're saying they're not sure exactly how long it's going to take for them to investigate this. They expect to be here for quite a while. So I'm sure that warning to stay away from the area will be in effect for at least several more hours. But again, what we do know, 5 people have died, 6 people taken to the hospital, including 1 officer. And they wouldn't tell us exactly their injuries or their conditions, any of that. But hopefully we're going to learn some more in about an hour when they come back over here and give us another update. And maybe they'll even let us ask questions this time, because I know we have a lot of questions. Even bystanders around here who are walking up have a lot more questions. So we're going to keep you updated as we learn more. We're not going to leave this area, and we'll keep you updated. Reporting live downtown, Olivia Russell, Wave News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. So you can see how far away they have the media, because a couple of blocks down the street was where the actual building, the old National Bank building.
You can always tell when these folks release a little bit of information, but not all of it, and withhold other information. You can kind of tell the media is shaping the narrative. The fact that they have released the fact that it could potentially be a long assault rifle, but they have not told you the skin color of the shooter, then you kind of know what it's not. So they're handpicking the things they know. They definitely know, not that it matters. This is them shaping the narrative, but they definitely know the gender and the race of the shooter. The fact that they have not put out the race, but they have put out the gender, tells me that this may be not shaping their agenda. But they were able to successfully find somebody, call it a long assault rifle, and they hurried up and put that out, even though they don't know what the weapon is. They called it a long assault rifle. They were quick to release that information. So as you can see, they're shaping their own narrative based on the little bit of information that they do put out there. Again, just wanted you guys to know that keep an eye on how they release information and what they actually tell you.
Just a short time
Thanks,
ago
John. I
when
see
they
my
held
friend
a
John
press
Crump
conference
is
saying
in the
that
room also. Thanks for hanging out, John. Appreciate you,
were
man.
killed, 6 injured, including an LMPD officer, and that the shooter was killed.
Yes, and Shannon, as you mentioned, just a normal Monday morning probably for so many people going into work, and our thoughts, our prayers, our
I
condolences
again want to
are with
remind
these
everybody that
families
the
that are
NRA
dealing
show
with this
is right
tragic
down the
loss
road from
here in our
here and
community.
starts in
Just
3 or 4 days.
heartbreaking after
Remember
just
Uvalde,
a
same
typical
thing
Monday
happened
morning. I'm
last
sure
year.
people are
Not
just
saying it's
rushing to get
planned.
back to work.
I'm not putting a
They're the
tinfoil hat
holiday
on.
weekend after spring break,
Telling you
and
guys.
just going into work thinking
Coincidence.
it's just going to be another Monday, and having to see this horrific scene is
That's
just
exactly right,
there are no
CJ.
words.
It
Just
was
beyond
a gun-free
heartbreaking.
zone. It was
To,
in a bank. This person knew they
See
were
that
not going to
our
meet much
community
resistance.
is now the latest victim of
And this is
gun
possible,
violence in this way.
Sammy.
Mark Stevens is live at you.
For those of you that know, Louisville is a bit of a dump, especially downtown. A lot of gang activity. So this is very possible, Sammy.
Injuries of these at least six people that LMPD says have been transported here to the hospital, including the officer. The hospital says that they are going to schedule something to give us that kind of update from surgeons or other ER staff. And what we can tell you is obviously this is the trauma center for Louisville here at the downtown hospital, U of L Health. I'm going to step out of the shot here. What had been a very busy scene when we first arrived around 9 this morning. We saw at least 3 Metro ambulances. Those ambulances have since left. What has replaced them now is LMPD crime scene units. Obviously, the first thing when people are taken to the hospital is that doctors are trying to treat their injuries. But then after they've done that, police have to conduct their investigation. So the crime scene units would be here to gather evidence of what happened this morning at the Old National Bank building. We did see lots of officers earlier.
Don, I don't think this was a gender pretender. Although they have not said that. If this turns out to be another trans person, we got a problem. But they have not mentioned that yet.
The extent of the injuries to the officer, or as well as to the other patients who were involved in that shooting. We do know, because we had information coming to the newsroom, that someone had been shot in the calf and that they were getting treatment. So that's an injury that would be treated by doctors here at U of L. Again, we're waiting for the hospital to set up more information to provide us the exact numbers and the types of injuries that they've been treating. So I'm going to toss it back to you for now. Reporting live outside U of L Hospital, Mark Stevens, Wave News.
All right, Mark, thank you so much. You see a number of officers there gathered at U of L Hospital. And of course, we're waiting to learn the condition of all of those who are brought there, including that LMPD officer. But this is going to be a lot of work for police over the next few weeks as they continue to gather all of the evidence. LMPD just did also send out a tweet that said the lone shooter is dead. So that means that there is not an additional shooter who was out there, another person who they suspected to be involved with this. And again, they're saying that the threat to the area is over, but they do.
Now, remember, we still don't know the quote motive in Nashville, even though we know the motive. I'll bet you we find out the motive of this by the end of the day if it's not a protected person. One of their protected people.
Huge events that we have in our town around Derby season. And now this is going to really be taking a lot of manpower.
And Shannon, as we've been mentioning this morning, we don't know how that shooter died. We don't know if if that shooter was killed. We don't know if the shooter took their own life. We're still waiting to learn that information, including the shooter's name and possible motive that could have been for this incident here this morning. This is a live look at LMPD's Twitter page. Right now, they've been tweeting just about what we know so far. Again, 5 people have been killed. 6 people have been injured, including an LMPD officer. They kind of laid out just the details that we do know so far. This happened around 8:30 this morning in the 300 block of East Main Street at the Old National Bank. The officers were on scene in minutes. The lone shooter is deceased. Again, total number of people who have died is 5. At least 6 more were transported to U of L Hospital. And if there is a shooting situation in Louisville, U of L is the place where people are taken because of their trauma unit there, and they're able to respond to these sort of situations. They're asking the public to avoid the area because it's still an active scene as far as the investigation, but there is no threat to the public. So that is what we know so far. We're supposed to get another update from LMPD at 11:30 this morning, where we can hopefully learn some more information. Mark Stevens told us when he was live outside of U of L Hospital that we're hoping to hear also from some hospital staff, trauma surgeons, about the injuries for the people that came in with. We don't know how severely the officer was hurt in this shooting as well. But, you know, anytime that we have, it's hard enough for law enforcement to respond to a scene like this, but you add on top of it a fellow officer who has been shot, it makes it even more troubling and heartbreaking.
Again, a quick reminder that the NRA has their NRA annual meeting just down the road in Indianapolis, Indiana, that starts in a couple of days. You'll remember that the exact same thing happened at a different scale, obviously, but with the Uvalde shooting in Uvalde, Texas last year, when it was just down the road from Houston, Texas. I'm not saying any of this is planned. I'm not saying it's linked. I'm not the one heaping that on there. I'm just letting you guys know what's happening and why the coincidences seem very coincidental anytime something like this happens, but very, very unusual that this would happen. In my opinion, if nothing else, this will allow the anti-gun movement to revitalize their fundraising efforts and get more people down there to carry their signs and wear their T-shirts in the Indianapolis, Indiana area this weekend to try to harass members of the NRA annual meeting. So again, not saying that there's any direct connection to that, but it's awfully coincidental that every time the NRA tends to have a big event like this, that we always wind up with the same thing happening.
Minutes ago, with the reports of the shots being fired in that building, LMPD responded. They had first said multiple casualties, and now we know 5 people were killed, but 6 also injured, taken to U of L Hospital. We're going to hopefully learn soon.
Again, they're saying a long assault weapon is what
scary
their words, not mine.
This week, as we take another look,
long
now
assault weapon was
area,
allegedly used.
So many streets are closed off, and a huge police presence right there on the scene that will likely stay this way for many hours ahead.
There's a lawmaker that tweeted,
long assault rifle.
Representative Kentura Herron, part of her tweet said that this is happening around the country in a city daily. Today was our turn in Louisville, Kentucky. We hold our community tighter.
Oh, that's so deep.
There must be outrage and anger. So just heartbreak.
There is outrage and anger.
So many people.
There's anger because nobody's hardening any of these places. Another school zone, I mean, a gun-free zone.
Our community is now
this is at a bank.
Of,
no guns allowed. Hello.
And heartbreak. Again, 5
Thank you,
people
Slim.
are dead. 6 people were injured in this shooting, including an LMPD
I have
officer
not heard that,
at the Old
Slim.
National Bank. You
but
can
thank
still
you
see
for
a
the
heavy police presence
donating
there.
to the channel. I appreciate you, man.
Really stay away from the area. If you being advised to stay away.
Yeah. And Brian, can you give us an update as we're talking about this area to kind of show people if they need to, if they're thinking about heading downtown, which you're highly advised against,
this is an old bank
and the mayor,
or the old bank. Is it an old bank that was made into apartments? I don't know if anybody knows that.
A couple things. First off, it's worth pointing out for a lot of you that are traveling into downtown or have plans to travel into downtown, you're going to see a lot, not only with police helicopters still in the air and perhaps even media still, but there is a crash on 65 that's really picking up the traffic in general on 65. Everyone trying to get northbound. This is not because the incident downtown, it's a separate issue, but it's causing a big issue in general for traffic to get into the city. So really, you have many reasons to avoid the downtown travel. That's another one to add it to the list. You see the closure that's happened there on Main Street between Hancock and Floyd. And again, it's as you pass through downtown normally on this section of 65, you always see Slugger Field on your left. You always see that building. That's the building we've been referring to this morning. It's right there next to the Slugger Field on the left-hand side. That's, of course, a one-way street zone, but you get the idea of how active that spot is. A lot of people usually on foot traffic, especially now as we're getting closer to the late morning lunch hour here. A lot of folks, I'm sure, having to make those plans. And certainly if you're around Main Street, around downtown Louisville, that's going to be the case. Now, a lot of the traffic, once you get to the other side there of Shelby and get closer to Clay, that's when you run into
Thank you,
a lot
John.
of the
Appreciate you,
LMP
man.
officers that are there directing folks to go the other direction and kind of get away from some of the side streets. So you see that purple, that is basically the area we're talking about right there at Slugger Field as you head toward the downtown area. And we've been watching different area cameras as well from this morning, showing some of the activity that we've seen in downtown Louisville and right around that area. This is the latest I get from the Skytruck, and this shows right there at that portion there of Maine as you get toward.
That doesn't look like
and
a
that, of course, is what has
bank.
led to
bank.
a lot of the traffic setups.
They keep saying
officers move around though. Several of the feeds have been kind of moving things around, trying to.
I'm going to keep this audio in my ear, but I took it out of your feed for now. They keep calling this the old bank. I think this is possibly a bank that has been turned into apartments, because that doesn't look like a bank. I don't see any signs of a bank. I can't see the sign that he's got right there. See if I can get a better look at it. Yeah, something Louisville Power Field or something. So I'm not sure if we're talking about an apartment complex, which would tend to make it more of a, in my opinion, gang related, because downtown Louisville is a bit of a dump. So I would assume that's probably what it's going to be. Usually a bank is not open at 8:30 in the morning anyway, so I doubt that it was a bank robbery. I understand that's not what what they're saying it is. So I don't know. At this point, they don't know either. Here we go.
No longer a threat. We don't know if the shooter took his own life or the shooter was killed. But when police were responding, they said that there was shots fired inside the bank when it happened this morning. So
I guess it is an active bank. They said shots fired in the bank.
Again, here at the Old National Bank.
Number of officers still there on the scene, but the threat is over. Now they're collecting evidence and talking to witnesses. And you can imagine if this happened on a Monday morning, 8:30, there are probably quite a few people for them to talk to
yeah, Kathleen, you're right.
Information.
They said that's Slugger Field.
Right now
so
it is 10:50. We're waiting for LMPD to give us another update at 11:30, which is just a short time from now. But we do know that they moved that mobile command unit that was next to Louisville Slugger Field out, and we also saw at that point a number of people leaving
Antoniak
Slugger Field.
says Google Maps says it's a bank with 3 branches. Got you. Appreciate that information.
So that they could leave.
Tanya says it's a real bank also.
Certainly, this is not something that you would expect to happen here in Louisville.
Here we go.
Monday
Scrappy says
sadly,
no bank opens at 8:30. I think all of ours here open at 9
to give us
in
an
Louisiana.
At 11 o'clock. He did tweet out a short time ago, right after the shooting, to stay away from downtown Louisville. Reports of mass casualties. And Governor Andy Beshear, we know that he is also now headed to
John
Louisville
says Old National Bank is the name of the banking
likely
chain.
speaking
Got
with the
you.
media
Got you.
Later today, as you see some people just kind of milling.
I'm not
about
aware of that chain,
area.
but thank you for that
Louisville
info.
authorities have
All of you
please
guys.
asked those to stay away. So we will stay here on top of this right here on Wave, and we're
Yeah, I'm
bringing
looking
you
online. It
the
is an
mayor's
active bank.
Press conference at 11 o'clock, and then again LMPD expected to give an update at 11.
So if there were shots fired inside the bank had to have been open then if this is an active bank.
And then that building to the right, the gray one, that is the Old National Bank building. And then that street right in between, that is Preston. So that is one of the many streets now.
Thank you, Cal. Appreciate you, buddy.
Down to the right, that would be Main Street, and that is where this happened. Here's another view of the Old National Bank building, a very unique shape, one that many people recognize, and it's a very large building. You can see how many stories it is. I think it's about 8 stories, and it's nearly, it's about 76,000 square feet as well.
We're going to go live to Sean Bowdy now.
Thank you, George. George says the employees were going in.
Yeah, Myro. So you mentioned that the scene has kind of calmed down. You mentioned some more information that we've learned, but I just want to kind of give everybody a look at what it looks like right now. This is down Preston looking toward Main Street, which if you're looking at the light, the building just to the left on the other side of Main, that's the building that we're talking about in question. The one in the corner of Main and Preston where all this happened, and you could see police still there.
So are we dealing with a disgruntled employee possibly?
Investigate exactly what happened. One thing that I've noticed is the number of police officers that have left most of them, when they were leaving this scene, I don't know, an hour ago, they were leaving quickly. They had purpose. They had business to be done. Now, the officers that we're seeing leave the scene are leaving much slowly, which in a way is good news, but really it's just sad thinking about what had to happen for everything to end up this way. It's going to be a long time before this area here is clear. Just know that if you have to go through downtown today at all, you're not going to be able to do that, especially on this area of Maine.
Cross Thread Logic, if you have that
Preston.
link, and thank you, by the way,
We're
for
about a
supporting the
block
channel.
away, catty-corner from here as well.
If you've got that link of the footage being shot, can you email that to me at paul@legallyarmedamerica.com? Again, paul@legallyarmedamerica.com. I'd like to see that, and I'll try to post that on here for everybody as well. Thank you, Crossthread Logic. I appreciate you, buddy. And thank you too, John. I appreciate you, man. Google says the bank, Google says opens at 9 a.m. So yeah, like somebody else said, the employees appear to be going in. Yes, Jake. We all, I think, are seeing that.
So as we continue to kind of monitor back down this way, and we can see maybe anything else that may happen, Myra, Shannon, I will make sure that if anything happens right here near the scene, that everyone will know exactly what's going on. For now, reporting live in downtown.
Thanks,
Louisville,
Delwyn.
Sean Bowdy.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Sean, you said that when you arrived there earlier today, you heard all of the sirens and you saw the chopper up in the air. For people who work in that area, maybe someone is just here on vacation at a hotel, walking around enjoying themselves. Those must have been very scary moments.
Yeah, I actually talked to a few people that were from out of town. They had plans to go
Gun-free
to a
zone.
bourbon tasting over at Angel's Envy, just one block over. They asked, are we going to be able to get there? And then the simple answer was, no, you're not going to be able to get anywhere during this time. It was scary for them to see what was happening. They were staying in a hotel just a couple blocks away. We're excited to walk down here and see Angel's Envy, see downtown Louisville. Obviously, they were met with this. They were all okay. They were obviously confused as to what was happening. We're concerned about what was happening as well. But to see someone visit our city and see it like this is just, I don't know. It doesn't represent Louisville, I know, Shannon.
Just absolutely heartbreaking. Sean, thank you so much for giving us a report here this morning. And we are just heartbroken for the families that are dealing with this devastating, heartbreaking loss. There are
For some of you that have been asking, it does not appear that this was a bank robbery, according to unofficial reports. First thing that I thought this morning, too, especially being this early. So we don't know that yet.
And you see that's the building that we're talking about where this happened on the right-hand side. You see how close it is from this viewpoint to Slugger Field. And then just to the right is the Louisville Ballet too. So a lot of activity in this part of town. And then there's that empty parking lot right across from Slugger Field.
and the apartments there on the corner too. So a lot of people who live right across the street, you know, dealing with this as well. We've been mentioning that the streets around that area are closed. So you are advised to not travel down to this area. If you have to head into work, I would call your employer. You're probably best to stay at home. And doctor's appointments, it's kind of a busy area there, but call ahead of time. But this is a live look where Mayor Craig Greenberg is expected to talk to us at
I agree, Blaze.
this morning, giving us.
You'll notice that the lady in Nashville popped up. She was down from Chicago area and just happened to be there right whenever that happened. Maybe they had a time change and the lady didn't have her clock set right.
Grain located right there at Louisville Slugger Field. Of course, likely will impact their business day to day as they likely won't be open for lunch. So the mayor has made ending violence in the city a key part of his campaign. And then he took office in January and he's been holding a lot of meetings about this. A lot of the violence, though, hasn't been like this, a mass shooting. So We'll see what the mayor says, what he talks about. We don't know much yet.
Well, they love that term, mass
about-
shooting. They never
We're
use the
gathering
term gang
information,
shooting.
about the suspected shooter, and as soon as
And they
we
have
can
gang shootings in
confirm it,
Louisville.
we will share it with you. But there are going to be a lot of questions: how this person was able to obtain the gun? Was the gun obtained legally?
Oh my goodness.
How many weapons were there? And was there a note left behind? What can we learn about this person and why they decided to do this, to kill 5 people on this Monday morning and injure 6 others? And we don't know how badly those people are injured yet. Another live look from around the scene. You see so many officers right here on the scene right now as they continue to collect evidence and talk to people. And we're going to be learning more here from the mayor in just a few minutes. And then
Guys, reports are that there was a shootout. So my guess is that's why they've cordoned off such a large area, so that they can collect all the spent casings and determine where everybody shot from, get their trajectory and everything together, because apparently the shooter was killed. They're not saying if he was killed by law enforcement or a self-inflicted wound, but to have such a large area cordoned off and just standing around, apparently they're waiting for forensics and folks like that to come investigate the scene, take pictures and pull measurements and all that kind of stuff before they reopen everything. But yeah, they are taking quite a bit of time.
We're going to go to Brian now in traffic. Brian?
Yeah, just a quick update for those who wonder about downtown. As we're monitoring all the feeds, we can see they're getting ready what we believe is going to be that press conference in about 30 minutes from now. So we're monitoring that so we get word on that. A quick update, though, if you're traveling to downtown, overall, interstates have not been impacted by this. You can still travel to downtown. It's just 65 north is one of the issues right now because of a crash apparently that happened not far from St. Catharines. So that's causing more of a headache than anyone traveling from the airport. But you can get into downtown. It's underneath the overpasses of 65. Once you get into the city, if you've been here a long time or been here your whole life, you know how this plays out when you get to downtown Louisville. You drive by and Slugger Field is right there on your left-hand side, and you see the Old National Bank there stands out right on the corner of Preston and Main. Large parking lot there to the side. That's where a lot of the staging seems to have taken place. We've noticed with all the officers in that particular spot. The Bats, by the way, are out of town this week, so there's no issues with games or anything like that for the afternoon. So it's a pretty empty lot right now on the Slugger Field side, which again is the reason why I think it's used for a lot of the staging. Our camera from the Skytrack shows the waterfront.
I agree with that a little bit, Chewbacca. I do feel like local news in many cases are a little bit more honest because they haven't been polluted yet by the mainstream media. They're usually newer people trying to get in at that higher level. So eventually they carry the water of the establishment media, but at that local level, typically they're not quite as poisoned yet by the agenda of the massive mainstream media.
Also, that likely is still close between Hancock and into Floyd. That looks to be the spot. But if you're coming in from that direction from the east, you will likely see a lot of officers near Shelby and over to Clay. That's where you'll get guided to kind of go around this. And as a result, I have noticed that traffic is building a little bit more, certainly as you expect there on Broadway. So there are ways around this. It's not a complete closure of downtown, but the mayor, of course, is advising everyone just to stay away as the investigation is going to take quite some time to get wrapped up. But obviously, guys, we'll be hearing more about this coming up here in a matter of minutes.
All right. Thank you so much, Brian. And we are on standby waiting to hear from Mayor Craig Greenberg about the mass shooting this morning. He's expected to talk around 11 o'clock. This morning, so we're waiting for his press conference.
Yeah, I'm taking a look right now. Here we are. He's going to be speaking at Against the Grain. So it should be happening momentarily, and we'll stay on top of this. We'll be bringing you his press conference live.
Anybody know if Louisville is
that of LMPDs,
East time zone or Central?
Very nervous and scared about what happened.
I would think
here
they
this
would
morning
be
with a mass shooting, 5 people killed
Central
in downtown Louisville today. So that's why we're staying on the air to keep you updated, get you the very latest information as this is going to impact so many of us. And you wonder, with so many huge events that we have coming up in our city over the next month, including Thunder over Louisville and, of course, Oaks and Derby. So many people gathered, the parade, how this is going to impact them. All right, let's go back to the Against the Grain. We see them getting ready for the press conference.
All right, thank you. Deputy Chief Paul Humphrey, Louisville Metro Police. Again, at 8:30 this morning, approximately 8:30 this morning, Louisville Metro Safe received a report of shots fired and a possible active shooter at 333 East Main Street. at the Old National Bank. Within 3 minutes of being dispatched, officers arrived on scene and encountered the suspect almost immediately, still firing gunshots. Officers exchanged gunshots with that suspect, and ultimately that suspect did die at the scene. We're trying to confirm if that suspect died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound or was killed by officers at this time. At least 2 officers were shot during this exchange of gunfire. One is currently in surgery at University of Louisville Hospital. At least 4 more victims were confirmed to be deceased inside the location, as well as 8 that are now currently being treated at the University Hospital. 2 are critical, one of those being the officer. We're currently working to identify all of the victims, work with their families for reunification, and provide services to the families and the victims. The investigation, I want to reiterate, is ongoing. This will be a long scene. It will take pretty much into the night. So I'll still ask that the public avoid the area. I want to reiterate that there is no active threat. We believe this is a lone gunman involved in this that did have a connection to the bank. We're trying to establish what that connection was to the business, but it appears he was a previous employee.
Just what we said.
It is clear from the officer's response that they absolutely saved people's lives. This is a tragic event, but it was the heroic response of officers that made sure that no more people were more seriously injured than what happened. We will continue to provide updates as soon as possible. We will have another press briefing following this at 3 p.m. today. I will turn it over to Mayor Craig Greenberg at this time.
Here we go. This will be a talk about guns.
Thank you, Deputy Chief Humphrey. First, I ask that everyone around our city, around the country, around the world, pray with us for those who are currently at U of L Hospital, injured, fighting for their lives as a result of another act of gun violence.
There you go.
And I want to thank all of the first responders, the brave and heroic men and women of LMPD, who, thanks to their efforts, quickly responded to the emergency call. And as you just heard from Deputy Chief Humphrey, without a doubt,
it's because he
their
is
actions
evil, Eric.
saved lives. There will be a lot more information we are able to provide as the day goes on. But I want everyone in this city to know that notwithstanding tragedies like today, when multiple people are killed by gun violence.
By gun violence.
Notwithstanding tragedies when individuals are killed by gun violence.
What about the person? I'm curious.
Our community will continue to come together. We will find ways to love and support one another and the families and friends who have been directly impacted.
That's what you got here. That's how you got here,
these
buddy.
Acts of gun violence. And we will come together as a community to work to prevent these horrific acts of gun violence from continuing here and around the state. I want to thank again everyone at LMPD, from the Louisville Fire Department, from EMS, from the state agencies, and now federal agencies that are also involved. We are a safer community. We are a stronger community, thanks to the work of our law enforcement. And again, my prayers go out to the families who have lost loved ones today. My prayers go out to the officers who are at the hospital right now, and my thanks for all of them. Together, we will get through this together. Finally, I want to introduce Governor Beshear, who has joined us and who is assisting with the efforts. Governor.
I want to start by thanking the brave heroes in LMPD and our other responding organizations. LMPD made it to this scene in a matter of minutes after receiving the call, and there is no doubt in my mind that their efforts saved lives and they put their own on the line. Now, we have at least one officer in surgery right now that is there because he took those actions to try to protect the people of Louisville. I want to thank Louisville Fire, Louisville Metro EMS, and Emergency Management and the Louisville Sheriff's Office for the immediate response. They've now been joined by the FBI, ATF, Homeland Security, Kentucky State Police have requested in the Louisville Office of Safe and Healthy Neighborhoods in this response. This is awful. I have a very close friend that didn't make it today. And I have another close friend who didn't either, and one who's at the hospital that I hope is going to make it through. So when we talk about praying, I hope people will. For those that we are hoping can make it through the surgeries that they're going through, and then we've got to do what we have done these last 3 years after everything. We've got to wrap our arms around these families. And to everybody who needs it, don't be afraid to get some help. Our bodies and our minds are not meant to go through these types of tragedies. And so I hope that all the brave officers that stepped into the line of fire, that are worried about one of their fellow officers, will reach out for help when they need it. I hope every one of those bank employees and folks in that building, one that I know well, and my AG campaign was out of that building. I know virtually everyone in it. That's my bank. I hope that they will all reach out and get the help that they need. There are a lot of people that are hurting today. And if we have a place to focus our energy, I hope it is to surround them with the love and the compassion that we have been so good at showing one another. I want people to know that while today is a horrific act, I do believe that this is a safe community with officers doing their very best each and every day, and that's what we saw here. Yes, I know that there are steps that the police department is taking to do things better after a recent report, but we certainly saw, I think, the very best from them today, and I want to thank them and all our other law enforcement officers for responding and doing their best to try to save some of my friends and many others. Thank you all. Any questions? The other one, it appears to be non-critical injuries at this time.
Thank you, Joey. I appreciate that. You didn't have to do that. Thank you, bud.
I'm not sure on the status of that yet. That'd be part of the investigation. Excuse me?
I can't hear the
It appears
questions.
The shooter was, I don't know if it was an active employee or a former employee, but the shooter did have a connection to the location. No. Don't know that. He asked, was there any form of security at the bank? We don't know that either. That'll be part of the investigation. So one more. We have resources available to make sure the rest of the city is kept safe, and I do want to reiterate that. We are managing our resources with the state.
Carry a
local,
gun.
and
That's how
federal
you'll be
partners
safe.
to make sure that all services to the city maintain while we are maintaining this scene at the same time. So thank you. The next update will be at 3 o'clock. Thank you.
All right, that's the latest from LMPD and a very emotional.
Let's see if they recap. If they don't, I will.
Who tweeted out this morning that he was on his way to Louisville to deal with this after he heard of the mass shooting, and near tears when he said he had a close friend who didn't make it today and another one who is at the hospital. So this is the very latest that we know about that shooting that took place
Indiana
this morning
Diesel.
at the
Appreciate
Old
that, brother.
National Bank. LMPD now saying 4 people dead. They are saying also 5, and that does include the shooter. They did exchange gunfire with that shooter, but they don't know if it was one of their bullets.
Yes, he did
or
say,
the
let's
shooter's
go.
own bullet that ended his life. We know that the shooter is dead. And right now, 8 people are being treated at the hospital. 2 of them are in critical condition, and that includes the LMPD officer.
Okay, let me see if I can give a little more accurate update than what they did. Originally, they said that 5 people were shot and killed. When they say that, we assume that those 5 people were the innocents who were shot and killed. It actually was 4 people who were killed by this particular killer. The 5th casualty or death is the actual killer himself. So 5 total, 4 innocent, 1 would be the shooter. They are saying that this was a previous employee who had a tie originally to the bank. And they're saying that they're not sure if any security was on the job site yet. And I'm just thinking to myself, you know, putting a gun-free zone sign on the front of your building is not security. You have a bank full of money. You have an economy that's collapsing. People are hungry. And yet you feel like the best option to keep a bank safe is to make it a gun-free zone and not allow anyone to carry a firearm in that particular gun-free zone. This is what happens. This is what you get. Now, I don't know anything else other than that, because obviously this person was not trying to rob the bank. But this is a former employee, and they're not saying what happened, why he was fired, or why he left. And they are saying it's a guy. They're not giving any other information about the identity of the person. And they didn't say in this exchange, but they did say that earlier in a news report that I read from another local affiliate that there was a, quote, long assault rifle that was used. Now, when people use that kind of terminology, we can automatically assume they don't know anything about guns. So that doesn't mean anything. So let me go back to their live report.
And the shooter also dead, bringing that total number to 5, which is so devastating.
Oh, sound like somebody else passed away.
Said because they reacted so quickly, they have no doubt that other lives were saved today.
Absolutely. Old National Bank also tweeted out in response to the tragic shooting this morning at the Preston Point location in downtown Louisville. Members of the Old National Bank executive team, including the CEO, Jim Ryan, they're en route to Louisville. While there have been reports of multiple casualties by LMPD, we have been assured that the situation is no longer active. So this tweet was sent a little bit ago. Law enforcement authorities, they continue to assess the scene. So we're going to get another update at 3 o'clock today from, you saw in that press conference, there was police, Metro Safe, fire, governor, mayor, a number of people addressing the shooting that happened this morning at Old National Bank. Again, and we're also waiting to hear more information about the injuries that the people sustained who are currently at U of L Hospital. Mark had mentioned earlier that we're hoping that
thanks again, Cal. Appreciate you, buddy.
Will give us an update on the injuries that people suffered from this morning's shooting there. So this happened at around 8:30 this morning. Still a very active scene there.
Yeah, Senator Rand Paul also releasing a statement saying, Kelly and I are praying for everyone involved in the deadly shooting in downtown Louisville this morning. Our hearts break for the families of those lost. So again, we're talking about 4 families, 8 people being treated at U of L Hospital right now, 2 critically, including an LMPD officer. Wave News reporter Mark Stevens is there live outside U of L Hospital to get us more. So initially, Mark, we were told it was not quite 8 people.
Appreciate you guys, Skin Man.
So they've adjusted those numbers a bit.
Yeah, initially, Shannon, we were told at least 6 people have been transferred to U of L Hospital to undergo treatment. LMPD updated that number, saying that 8 people have been taken to the hospital. 2 officers were shot. Originally, we were just told there was 1. Now, 1 of the officers is in critical condition. A second person, LMPD says, is also in critical condition. Here, 2 of the 8 that are being treated at U of L Hospital. Now, the hospital has not told us yet the extent and the severity of those injuries. They've continued to tell us that they are going to give us an update At some point later today, we would assume with some type of ER staff to give us the idea of the specific types of injuries and what they've been treating. But again, 8 people taken to U of L hospital. 2 of those are in critical condition. 1 is an LMPD officer, and there was a total of 2 officers who were shot in the mass shooting down at Old National Bank. Now, we did see in the last half an hour crime scene units who have been here gathering evidence, and they would be taking pictures. They would also be interviewing people as they are coming out of surgery and being treated so they could tell the story of what they saw, what they witnessed, what happened at the Old National Bank. We saw a number of forensic units bringing out brown paper bags, we would imagine full of evidence. So obviously the hospital treating injuries and trying to save lives, but then the police here as well conducting the investigation to get more details into what actually happened at the shooting at Old National Bank. Again, we are still waiting for them to hear.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you subscribing. And I did not kill that audio just now. For some reason, their feed just went dead. Yeah, guys, if you don't mind, I try to cover these events when they happen so we can try to get the news out as quickly as possible when these things happen. So if you don't mind, subscribe and share when you see this. Like the video, obviously. They demonetize them almost immediately because they don't like me getting the word out. So I appreciate when you guys do subscribe and share the videos. That certainly helps the algorithm. Again, I don't know why his feed is suddenly froze up. Let me refresh this and see if it's not my feed. And it may be YouTube helping me out. They're always real kind to my streams. They tend to really appreciate what I do here. Let's see. I mean, I've got no audio right now. And the video is kind of crappy. Well, I apologize for that. I don't know what the deal is. Let me try to refresh it one more time. Again, it just froze up on that guy, Brian, when he was talking. Well, did they kill their live feed? They may have discontinued their own live feed locally now that the press conference is over with. I will show you, let's see. Yeah, it looks like these guys did too. It looks like a lot of people have lost interest in this now because I'm looking at a different one. This is WHAS 11, which is also a local affiliate. And it looks like they've stopped their live feed as well. Let's see real quick. No, that one's not coming back right there. Let me pull over to this one real quick and see what they have here. And see if we cannot find present. Let me get this other screen in here. Casey, thank you, man. Y'all know I don't expect that, but I appreciate you guys helping out with the channel. Let's see. This is a different local affiliate. Again, Casey, thanks for the love, man. I appreciate you guys helping out with the channel. You too, Jimmy. I don't expect that from you guys. It's very generous of you to do that, but please don't feel obligated, guys. I'm doing this to try to get the word out. I don't want anyone to ever feel like I'm expecting contributions for that. I just want the right information to get out. Let's see. This is another local affiliate. I prefer to get local affiliates, guys, just so you know, when anytime something like this happens, I would stay away from any of the nationals or even the internationals because they're usually not going to give you good information. It's filtered by then through their own agendas and however they're trying to shape the story. The local affiliates typically have boots on the ground right away because they're there. So they're usually 10, 15 minutes from the scene in most cases. So that's why I try to pull. They may be affiliates of some of your, like this is an ABC affiliate, but they are local. So I tend to get better information from them. They're just wanting to get information out as quickly as possible. So usually it's pretty good. 5 people dead, including the shooter. So yeah, just like we just said, based on the press conference, they did confirm that we have 5 total dead, 1 being the actual killer, and then the 4 people that person killed. 8 people were injured. 2 of them are police officers. Again, to give you a very quick recap, this person was a previous employee of the bank. And they say that there's an eyewitness that claims that they saw a quote long assault rifle. I don't know what that means. And again, as I stated earlier, typically whenever you have somebody describe a firearm as a long assault rifle, that's a person who is not a gun person. So it's very possible that that's an inaccurate statement. It could have been a shotgun. It could have been another one of the Kel-Tec Sub 2000s that they seem to have. Heck, it could have been a AR pistol. Heck, for that matter, it could have been a Glock. You know, I mean, these descriptions of these guns are never accurate, but it makes them feel good to hurry and put that out. It's like they're like, yes. So when they get that information, they immediately put that out. We don't know much about the former employee of the bank. We don't know why they were either terminated or why they left. That has not been disclosed yet. We don't know anything about the identity of the shooter. One of the ladies in the live stream did mention that the shooter's mom showed up to the location. I don't know anything about that, but I do appreciate the info on that. They did. Somebody in the audience, the media asked if there was any security on site. Remember, this is an active open bank, or a bank that was going to be opening soon. They said no, they're not sure. So here we go again with a gun-free zone that's completely unprotected and unsecure. And they said 2 of the people shot were officers, not killed, but 2 of the people who are injured. One is in critical condition, and one of them is, I guess, in stable condition at the University of Louisville hospital right now. So that's all that I see right now. Again, none of these other live streams that I had picked up earlier, it looks like they've all gone dark. They're not streaming live anymore, which is again what I was carrying. It looks like one of them's trying to pop back up. Let me see if this one does. The original one, this one is wave3.com. Yeah, are they back live again? Let's see. Let me see if they are here. Yeah, let me pull this other feed up. Here you go.
The shooter team will be in place. What they will do, as you said, they will find out who this person is, how long this person has been employed or was employed at the situation, what was the exit, why did they leave the situation, have they had any problems with anyone, what's in the residence, what's there that they can use as far as helping them understand the reason is why. Because we want to know why the person did this and why this person was in this position to do this. So that's what they're doing. They'll start backtracking with the evidence they pick up from locations where at, what kind of weapon was used, where was the weapon purchased, was there anything on the social media page, any red flags, anything that anyone could have seen that maybe prevented this before it got started. But the investigators have a great task ahead of them, but they'll start from the scene and work backwards.
Sean, you were shot in the line of duty. Tell us a little bit about that. How long ago was that? What are these officers that are going through this right now? What are they going through?
Well, what they're going through right now is their worst nightmare, because when you sign up for this, being a police officer, you understand that there is a possibility that this may happen, but you put it in the back of your mind. So when these officers go to these situations where another officer is injured, hurt, or killed.
Interesting, JR. Thank you for that.
Could have been them. So they are grieving right now for this officer, but also they have to do their job.
Thank you, Frankenstein Firearms. Appreciate you. And thanks for being here again, bud.
Your heart is heavy, but you still have to go out there and do your job and protect and serve the people of the city.
When you think about, I'm sorry, Myra,
No,
but when you think about the old National Bank where this took place, you know, banks don't lock their doors. They're open for their customers. And so you think looking
in their
ahead,
gun-free zones.
You know, sadly, we've been reporting on so many mass shootings in places, you know, schools. They're usually locked unless someone has a weapon and they can get through the door. But you know, how do we move forward from this when, you know, we just going to lock everything and have metal detectors everywhere?
No, carry guns.
It's a tough situation because places that you have are open to the public, and they rely on the public to do business. And so you never know. And that's when it becomes about being prepared. And as I said before, we don't want to live our lives in fear, but we want to live our lives prepared. Because the dynamics are changing how we live our lives, and it's changing fluidly. People are more aggressive now. People are more angry now. and taking their anger and their aggression off on other people. So
we were talking about just, if you look at statistically, no place is safe. We've had shootings at movie theaters, at malls, at schools, at business, grocery stores, even here locally at the Kroger in J-Town a couple of years ago. How do we go about going into places, work, the park, school, wondering if we're going to make it out?
And
Carry a
the
gun.
question of the day. Because you have to move forward with it. You cannot let this stifle your life. But you have to also understand that somewhere in the back of your mind, it has to be there. It has to make you a little more cautious. It has to make you a little more aware of your surroundings.
Thank you again,
each
brother. I
time something
appreciate
like
that.
this happens, there's a lesson taken from it. So we have to take the lessons
And you're
from
exactly
everything
right.
that's going on around us.
Exactly
and
right.
Put those into play in our daily lives.
How often do you go into businesses, because this is what you do? Do you find out that there is no plan, or employees haven't been talked to about what to do? And how important is that to know? You came into our station and told us, if this were to happen, this is what you should do, because it's so important, because it could happen anytime.
To answer your question, a lot. You go into a lot of businesses and they don't have an active shooter program or active shooter plan in place. As growing up, I remember in school, we practiced tornado drills and we practiced them fire drills. This is going to have to be one of those drills also that's put in place with those other two. But a lot of businesses look at sometimes, and it's hard to say, a lot of them look at costs of having someone come in and train their employees. So we have to put that out the window sometimes and err on the side of safety versus cost.
Deshaun, with this, the shooting that happened this morning and all the work.
Where's that one at,
we
Adam?
talked about the
Adam's
mental
saying that
health
there's
now
another
of
active shooter
officers.
situation in
And
a
this
tech
comes at
center.
such a crucial time for our city as we're gearing up for so many events with tens of thousands.
Thank you, Pin
Pin
King 554. Appreciate you, bro.
So,
and yes, you're right. Thank God the bank was closed.
Is facing right.
Is there and ready for them because this is a tough
That was weird
situation to deal with. I myself have been through this situation, and I know my mental health was destroyed coming out of it. Back then, there weren't the facilities to help us, but now there are facilities, but it has to be to a point to where it's required for these
good for you
to go and have
if you
some
can't
type of
carry,
mental
keep it
health
close.
check,
That's a good
because
option
it
you got
does.
there.
You see kids shot, you see bad car accidents. These are the things that you deal with daily, and you take them home with you.
I'm hunting right
And
now
you can
for
only
the video
process
from
so
Instagram
much,
that somebody said that he had shown this
anger,
entire thing on
frustration, and doubt.
Instagram.
And one person can only process so much without having a release for that.
You've dealt with victims too, as we're talking about mental health, for these victims who witnessed this horrific incident this morning, who saw it happen, maybe were able to walk out, others who were taken in ambulances going to the hospital. What are they going through?
They're going through right now a little bit of shock right now because this is possible to happen, but you never think it's going to happen where you work at. And they're going through an unrealization of shock right now, and they'll slowly start to process it piece by piece. It could have been, what could I have done to do this, or what should I have done, or what I didn't do. Then you go through what's called a blame. You start blaming
Thank
yourself
you, the return of Jedi Rusty
there's a lot
Spooner.
of things that they'll go through as an employees, but understanding that how to process it, and that.
So this is what I've got right now, and I can't put it on the screen, so I'll show it to you on the camera. After I read it to you, it says Connor Sturgeon, MS. He does have pronouns listed as he and him. It does look like a guy too, by the way. Syndications, associate and portfolio banker for Old National Bank, University of Alabama, Manderson Graduate School of Business, Louisville metropolitan area. He says, I am a syndications associate and portfolio banker with Old National Bank in Louisville, following completion of the ONB Commercial Banking Development Training Program in April 2022. I'm certified in the RMA lending decision process, hold a master's in finance from the University of Alabama, and am on the Young Professionals Board for Junior Achievement of Kentuckiana. Experience shows him as a full-time bank employee. So my guess is, and it says presently, I know this is tough, guys, but that's what I've got right there. It says he is currently employed there. So my guess is he just got fired, probably terminated like Friday, or today for that matter. And he's been working at this bank full time. It would appear he was there as an intern from 2018 until 2020 in this same bank. And since 2020, I guess he was the syndications associate portfolio manager that he mentioned. So the guy's been there for a little bit. And this is the guy right there. Sounds like some pretty serious stuff.
Well, Shannon, yeah, we just heard from Governor Andy Beshear, Mayor Craig Greenberg, and LMPD. And even just a few minutes before we went live here, we saw a woman sobbing, being comforted, hugged by other people, and people nearby just pressing their fingers into their eyes, trying to control the tears and all the crying. So this is a really emotional scene out here. So it's developed throughout the morning too. At first, LMPD was reporting multiple casualties that grew to 5 people dead, 6 taken to the hospital. Now we know 8 people taken to the hospital, 2 of those being officers, and we know that at least one of them is in critical condition, another person in critical condition taken
I did
to the
not
hospital.
see any
So this is really a developing situation, and officers are keeping
mention
us
of his age. Looks
updated
like a
as we learn more.
20,
But
30-year-old
here's what
dude.
Governor Andy Beshear had to say and how this hits home for him.
This is awful. I have a very close friend that didn't make it today. And I have another close friend who didn't either, and one who's at the hospital that I hope is going to make it through. So when we talk about praying, I hope people will. For those that we are hoping can make it through the surgeries that they're going through.
And you hear right there Governor Beshear saying that he had at least 2 close friends who were shot here, and then one person didn't make it. And I think that just really shows how much this is affecting a lot of people, and that really puts it into perspective. So right now, I want to tell you, if you have a loved one or just know someone who works or lives downtown, reach out to them, send them a text message. I know people have been texting me, and unfortunately, I even know people who were involved and injured in this shooting, and that's where it just really hits home. Even if you don't know someone who is affected, you might know someone who was. I know this is really such a small city, so reach out to those loved ones. Let them know that you are there for them, because I know it's more than just those people who were in here. It's the entire community who this is really hurting, especially Governor Andy Beshear. And you notice standing next to him, Mayor Craig Greenberg. His office was shot up just over a year ago too. So this gun violence just affecting a lot of people. Reach out to someone if you know them. Check on your friends. Let them know that you're there, you love them, you support them. And as they keep mentioning, send your prayers their way. And they also really wanted to thank LMPD too, those officers who responded to those calls. They were very brave, and they said they definitely saved some lives, even though unfortunately too many were lost here today. Shannon.
Thanks, Olivia. We're going to go now to Mark Stevens. Mayor Craig Greenberg just
Thank you,
arrived to
News
the
Star
hospital
One.
at
Appreciate
U of L
you, bud.
Hospital. So Mark is there right now. Mark?
Myra,
Hey, this guy's at the hospital.
As you said just moments ago, we saw his vehicle pulled into where you enter the ER. Yeah, he is gone inside. We also saw Deputy Mayor David James on a different sidewalk heading towards the hospital. We would imagine that they're going not only to potentially speak with one of the two officers, but also just the people who are being treated. Again, this morning it was police had said at least 6 people had been taken to the hospital. That had changed to now 8 people had been taken to the hospital for treatment, 2 in critical condition. One of them is one of the LMPD officers. A second LMPD officer was also shot during the mass shooting down at the Old National Bank. We did know, if we heard from one patient who said that they had been shot in the calf and were doing okay. They were thankful that they were alive. That is about the extent that we know of the injuries. LMPD did tell us that 2 patients were in critical condition, including one of the officers. The hospital has been told us multiple times that they will be holding a press conference at some point, we would presume with emergency medical staff, to get an idea, a more precise idea of the types of injuries that the people have been treated for, that they have sustained, and also what those injuries are consistent of, the types of treatment. We've also seen a number of police who had been here, not only to, we would imagine, support their officers who were involved, but also gathering evidence. We saw a number of officers walking out with brown evidence bags because not only is the hospital here treating patients to save their lives, but the police are here as well, having to conduct the investigation, gathering statements from the witnesses, the people that were shot, to be told what did they see, what happened before police got there. Again, the Mayor Craig Greenberg arrived just moments ago on scene, went into the emergency room. Deputy Mayor David James as well here at U of L Hospital. For now, I'll throw it back to you guys. Reporting live from U of L Hospital, Mark Stevens, Wave News.
All right. Thank you, Mark.
All right, so we know that 2 LMPD officers were taken there with injuries, one undergoing surgery, one in critical condition, and the other one non-critically injured, and one other person also critically injured. So 8 people total, 4 killed in this mass shooting. Let's give you a recap if you're just now joining us. The first call came in around 8:30 about the shooting at 333 East Main, the Old National Bank shooting. LMPD officers arrived quickly. They exchanged gunfire with the shooter. The shooter is dead, but 2 officers, as you see, injured, 1 in critical condition, and 4 others killed there at the scene. And again, this happened at the Old National Bank building right across Preston from Louisville Slugger Field. Officers arrived there so quickly. They're still trying to determine if the gunfire exchange ended in the suspect's death or if it was a self-inflicted gunshot wound. But as Mark just told us, 8 people now being treated at U of L Hospital. When you first heard about all this, Deshaun Johnson, our Wave News security analyst, what was your initial thought?
My initial thought was that here we go again. That someone has taken advantage of a situation and turned it into a point of emphasis about them and hurt people along the way. And it just seemed to be a common theme here lately.
You've studied these sort of incidents over the years. What's the trend that you're seeing?
What is anger management, outlets for anger, and what people are seeing more now, that we're connected more through social media, through television, that people are seeing that what's happening with other people doing it, and they're relaying that with themselves also. They're saying, well, I want to go out like that, or I want to be that person. I want to do that also. So we're not looking at the bigger picture and stepping back and looking at the bigger picture. We have to step back and look at the bigger picture as of why. But those are things that are not going to change immediately. But we have to understand that something's going on with our mental health and how we are relating with anger and how we're dealing with anger and how we're dealing with social issues and how we're dealing with people and overall.
And not only the anger that people in our society face, but then the trauma that people face because of incidents like this that will stay with them forever.
Correct. The trauma is across the board. It starts with the first responders, starts with the victims there. It starts also with the people who were victimized there, all the way down to even people who were reporting these. So we all have to look at it that with Louisville, there are smaller degrees of separation, as was reported that the governor said he knew someone there. And so that's how close-knit this community is and how connected we are.
Olivia mentioned that she knew some people there as well.
Yeah. So we are affected by this. It affects us deeply. And each one of these people has been moved by this. And I am moved by it because I'm a retired law enforcement. So I know what they're going through. I know what these officers are going through. I know how they're processing it right now. So that's what we have to look at. How do we continue to live in a society and hopefully help those that need help to stop this from happening?
What are law enforcement doing now? Are they gathering evidence? Are they going to the suspect's home? What are they doing right now?
They have a team in place for this. And what they have is that they'll have a team that be drawn up a search warrant to go to the assailant's house, execute a search warrant there. It's all evidence gathering at this point. Evidence gathering, and making sure that everything is done from the evidence gathering standpoint to find out the root cause, to find out the why, to find out how troubled this person was. Like I said, how long have they been there? Were they fired? Did they leave? Were there red flags? How are their social media? So all of these things is a process, but LMPD is very aware of the process, and they have processes in place that will make this work efficiently for them.
And we know that they're getting a lot of assistance from other state agencies, from the FBI, from the ATF. Will they be handing the case over since officers were involved with the gunfire exchange?
It depends.
Okay.
It depends on a lot of different factors at this point in time. They could, but sometimes they will work with the case. They will have a lead agency on the case, and they will get assistance from all those other agencies as these things develop. Interagency work, they work together very well with federal and local and state to use their resources also to make sure they get everything together and get everything straight and gather as much evidence as possible.
Olivia had mentioned that, folks were arriving on the scene just heartbroken, crying, and just emotional. There are family members in our community today learning that their loved one went to work and is not coming home today. How do we deal with that loss?
As a community, we have to embrace the people who are affected by it. We have to, as I say, give them our thoughts and prayers, make phone calls to them, tell them that we support them, whether it be someone's connected to it, whether it be the law enforcement officers that were on the scene, or those who are connected to it. Let them know that we support them and that we as a community are not standing for situations like this.
All right. Well, Deshaun Johnson, thank you so much for giving us your insight and your experience on what happened here today. And we're going to stay on top of it. Normally, we're bringing you midday news followed by Listens Live, but we're going to stay on top of this. And this breaking news story, it all started right there in that building to the right, the Old National Bank, right there, where someone entered at 8:30 this morning with a weapon and fired, killing 4 people and injuring 8 others. And in the exchange of gunfire, 2 of the 8 injured LMPD officers, 1 in critical condition. But this is kind of an ironic shot here as you look at that building, and then you have Slugger Field there in the background, which is a place for so many happy moments for families, a place where people go to bring joy. And now when you are at Slugger Field, and if you happen to look up and you see that building, it's going to bring back memories from this day, April 10th.
And this is a bank, so I'm assuming that there are surveillance cameras within the bank. Police will be looking at that very closely as well.
Yeah, you would imagine that they would have a lot of video to be pouring through, since the location of this building is such a big one, right?
Correct. And that's part of the grid search that they'll do also. They'll do a grid search, and they will not only pull the surveillance camera from that building, internal and external cameras, they will also ask for those businesses around the vicinity of that to pull their cameras to see and create a timeline for all this, to see where they can pick up the shooter, where the shooter first pulled in, where the shooter park at, what vehicle do they have. So they'll create that timeline within that by asking those buildings in the surrounding areas to pull their video camera footage.
And we know that the shooter was a previous employee. We still do not know officially the shooter's name. We're going to go live now to Sean Bowdy, close to the scene. Sean.
Yeah, Myra, you were just talking there about the building and kind of how it might have been set up there, talking about how the bank may have been set up, especially one in such a popular area like this one. I've been inside that building before. It's not like a traditional standalone bank. that you may see driving along maybe smaller areas of town. This one, when you walk into that building, you don't walk directly into a bank. And we have seen from angles down here where the front doors of that building have been shattered. So if something did happen right when you walk in, that's not actually the bank. When you walk in, you see the elevators, and that could take you to different floors. You've got a left way to go and a right way to go when you walk in too. So you do walk into a bit of a foyer of sorts once you walk up the stairs there. But I just want to show you kind of where we are right now. So that the Old National Bank, if you look straight down Preston Street where we're standing right now, past the light that we see, it is on the left-hand side of that. You can still see a lot of police officers down there trying to, at this point, who knows? It's been such a busy day for them, trying to investigate what happened, why it happened, who's responsible for it. Of course, we've looked into that as well, still trying to confirm the name of the person that they believe to be responsible. So many police officers have come and gone from this area since we've been here. We got on scene probably around 8:45, and for a good hour, it was just siren after siren driving past us. We've seen people work downtown, drive away from here, having to get out of here, having to leave the place they work, the place they're at every day, just to be safe and get out of a dangerous situation. We've also seen a couple of visitors that are in town staying at hotels just a couple blocks away from here that have walked up to us here asking what's happening because they had plans on that block to go explore this city that everyone here knows how special it can be. And now they won't get to experience the Louisville that we all know because of what happened here today. And police, the entire LMPD is obviously going to be concerned about this. They're going to be sad. They're going to have issues. You heard Deshaun talk about that, just how hard it is for these police officers to deal with something like this. And this is something that we've seen. I mean, what seems like every officer in the city is here, just nonstop police coming, nonstop police going. They're going to keep working. We're going to keep working to make sure that we get that information as soon as we can, get it as accurately as possible. Anything that happens moving forward. For now, reporting live in downtown Louisville, Sean Bowdy, Wave News.
Thank you, Sean. Yes, I have been in that building before. In addition to the Old National Bank, there are many other offices, even condominiums in it. You've been in that building too. When you go up, at first it's a beautiful building from the outside, but inside is gorgeous, and the views are very impressive. So it's just so sad to think that took.
Friends, I'm going to cut out of here for a minute. I've got something that has come up here locally that I need to check on. I'm going to leave this stream going because obviously there's a little bit of information coming out. Hopefully the stream will stay live. I will be back here shortly, and hopefully I have more information by then. I'm still pulling information from different sources online, and I had 2 people call me from that area, giving me some additional information. So I'm going to cut out of here for now and go gather up some more data and leave you guys with this live stream. So thanks, guys. I appreciate everybody that's helping out, and I will see you back here shortly.
Depending on how in close proximity you are to the location, there may have been someone else already visited your business and asked you to, some of your list of employees who may have seen something, they possibly will be interviewed also. But if you're a little bit farther away and you get the all clear, a lot of businesses may call it a day, send their employees home, because this is emotional. It's like a ripple effect.
Right. Sure.
It starts in one area, and as it goes out, it's still going to affect those businesses in the immediate area.
They probably heard the gunshots. They heard the police sirens happening. Seeing that, it definitely takes such a mental toll on someone when they see this type of thing.
Correct. And you, as like I don't even work downtown, and my phone started ringing. Are you okay? Are you downtown? Are you okay? So just imagine the text and information that's coming into those people who actually work in the downtown immediate area, what's going on with them and how their loved ones are feeling at this time.
Deshaun, oftentimes in situations like this, we turn to you and ask you, what do you do if this happens in your space, your work, the mall, wherever you are, the grocery store? What advice do you give to folks?
What advice I give to folks is first of all, know your surroundings. Know your exits, know your entrances.
Like when you're on a plane.
When you're on a plane,
look where the exit
it's
is.
the same thing. Just go to your daily routine, but do it cautiously. Understand that there's always a threat out there somewhere. but don't put it as a major part of your life. But I've talked to my team members. This is what we're going to do when this happens. This is how we're going to react. This is maybe the way we're going to go, and have them be aware and teach them that it's not a matter of if it may happen, it's when it may happen. You never know when you're open to the public or dealing with people. You're dealing with people's emotions, and when you're dealing with people's emotions and their mental status, it can go either way.
And especially, as we continue to gather information about those who are killed or injured, it's going to hit the community very hard because some of these, people, the governor even said he lost a friend today and he has another friend who's in the hospital right now. So, I think this is going to be something that will affect so many of us moving forward. And do you think that this will change anything with how LMPD is looking at security for the upcoming events surrounding Derby?
With every event that you have takeaways from that event. And I'm sure there will be some things that may change, maybe traffic routes or streets blocked off, or adding more officers or adding more cameras. There will be something that will change because anytime you have an incident, there are takeaways and you learn from those takeaways.
Congressman Morgan McGarvey just released a statement. Today is a dark day for our community. Just 1 week after a heartbreaking mass shooting at a school in Nashville, we mourn the loss of at least 4 more people in Louisville. These innocent lives were taken by another senseless act of gun violence, this time in downtown Louisville. I'm grateful to the brave officers at LMPD who quickly responded to the scene and no doubt have saved lives. He goes on to say that Louisville is a big, small town where everybody knows everybody. In the coming days, we're going to lend support to our neighbors and loved ones, the families of those that we've lost, and our first responders. We will get through this tragedy as a community, and my office will continue working with federal, state, and local officials to provide resources and support as we move forward together. And that was another thing that we heard in the press conference of how quickly LMPD responded. And although we lost 4 lives today and several other people were shot, it unfortunately could have been worse.
It could have been worse. But this is what officers do. And they know when they take that oath and they put on that badge that this day may happen, that they may have to run towards danger. And that's what they do, because in order to protect and serve, you have to be the one that steps in to help people when there is danger, when there is a threat. Your job is to make sure that innocent people survive the threat, even if you have to put your own life in between that threat and the innocent people. And that's what these brave young ladies and men of LMPD do every day, day in and day out. And I know there's a lot of times that we criticize what they do, but at the end of the day, law enforcement is the initial part of our community. It's something that we need. We need those effective police officers that is going to run in when there's a threat of danger.
Yeah, that's we've been talking about the U.S. Department of Justice coming out with the report for LMPD and some of the things that they will be changing with this consent decree that the city's entering into with the U.S. Department of Justice. We know that LMPD has been struggling with recruiting officers. And then you look at something like this and you just have to think how grateful to those police officers for responding so quickly, because we've seen other cases, the school shooting in Uvalde, where officers did not respond as quickly as people had hoped that they would.
And what you have the situation in Nashville and here in Louisville today, which is 170 miles apart from each other, and you see the reaction of law enforcement, because at the end of the day, you are there to protect and serve and save lives, and you will do whatever you need to save the lives of the people that you protect and serve.
We don't know if the bank had security inside. That's something police...
As a police officer, you mean?
Yes, as a police officer, that's something we're still waiting to find out. But, police officers can't be everywhere. What can we do, Deshaun, to feel safe?
What we can do is feel safe is to not let the fear consume us. I can't tell anyone how to make their lives safe or be safe. I can just advise you on things that you can do to make your day a little safer. But I don't know the answer to that question. That comes down to the individual, how safe they feel. Some people are safe in certain areas and not safe in certain areas. A lot of times it's perception of what is safe. So there's a lot of things that we're going to go through and reevaluate as individuals, where we work, where we live, where we shop, where we take our kids to play. We're going to start reevaluating all those things and kind of make a decision from that standpoint, what is safe to us.
Right. So when the first call went out, Deshaun, did everyone just respond to that scene so quickly? Or how would they work with all of the different divisions to get officers there as fast as possible?
What you'll have immediate response from the area coverage area in the immediate area.
Okay.
Then you'll have the secondary area officers from other areas. So there are codes that they use, active shooter codes on the radio, so they understand and ask for more assistance. So then other districts will start to do what's called a backup coverage of other areas. And you'll have other law enforcement agencies that will step in also and help with coverage. You'll have Shively, you'll have J-Town, you have St. Matthews that will step in also and help with coverage while these officers are pulled downtown to handle the threat downtown.
So initially, this was an active shooter, is what the report came out as, and then they changed it to active aggressor. What is the difference between that? Can you explain?
An active shooter is that in progress. That means there's someone there with a weapon that is actively taking lives or attempting to take lives. That is an active aggressor is someone there who is showing those tendencies, but not has escalated to that level yet.
Oh, okay. It's interesting that it started off as an active shooter and then it was an active aggressor. What would that tell you?
But it depends on who made the call. Sometimes at this point, when you start hearing gunshots and things you will get a lot of people calling in and you'll get a lot of different information. It's the job of the first officer on the scene to assess the scene and report back what is going on the ground.
What are, we've been talking about this, but for folks who are just joining us, Deshaun, explain to us what law enforcement is doing right now as far as looking into the suspect.
Right now, it's the evidence collecting part of the investigation. They will kind of retrace the shooter steps. They will work backwards from the time the shooter entered the building, where they came from, where they parked at, how they get there, was there any information that the shooter left, whether there's a note, was there an email, anything on social media, was there anything left in the shooter's home, was there a problem with the shooter before the work. So now it's interviewing and investigating and collecting evidence.
And as far as the victims go, notifying a family member that their loved one was a victim, that is just, there's no words. How does law enforcement go about doing that?
Well, it's even more difficult now, because now with social media and Twitter and all these other devices, information gets out a lot quicker than law enforcement wants it to get out. But when you have to go and notify someone that your loved one has been involved in a tragic incident and they may not be coming home, that is the toughest part of the job. That is the part that really tears at you, because you know that it's no fault of their own.
Yeah.
They just got up this morning and go to do their job that they enjoyed, they loved, and they were paid to do, and someone else has made that possible that they won't come home. So that's the hardest part, because when I talk about it, I feel it also, because I've been there, and it's difficult to deal with. So I do not want to be in those officers' positions to have to make that call, make that visit.
You've made that visit, and you've also been shot in the line of duty. So I know that you are also feeling for these officers who were injured today.
I do, because I know what they're going through. I feel their pain, because no one wants that knock on the door and say, come with us. Your husband or wife or your spouse has been involved in something and we need to get you to the hospital immediately. That is the most heart-wrenching thing in the world. And it does. It hurts. It really hurts. But at the end of the day, the officers now in the immediate area, the secondary area, they know they still have a job to do.
Okay, we're going to be talking to Congressman Morgan McGarvey, shortly from Washington, D.C., but he did point out, too, that we're going to be learning the names of those people who were killed and those who were injured. And as he said, you know, this is a a small, big town, and so many of us know people perhaps who work in that building, someone who was there today. Imagine how scared you must have been if you had a loved one there and you heard about this mass shooting going on right there at 333 East Main Street, the old National Bank building. Now, some of the people were taken across the street right there to Louisville Slugger Field. So certainly a case like this, it's helpful to have a facility like that to go to bring some of the other people there to get them out of that building, right?
That's correct. They'll locate the management of an adjacent area, that they'll set up a command center, but they'll also set up an interviewing and assessment center in another location where detectives can interview, or people can be treated, or people can contact, because some people may have run out of their offices and left everything, so they have no way to contact their loved ones. So this creates an area for them where a controlled environment where they can be in and make those calls and assess, and they can start assessing the needs of the victims at that point.
This is video that we're looking at. This is not a live picture, but that is what they had set up there. This is a mobile command center, but then they moved it out of that way. What kind of things would they use that command center for?
That command center will be equipped with just about everything. You can run telephone communications assessments on the ground. The commander at that point in the command center is kind of the point person that knows everything that's going on, what districts are being covered, what areas are being covered by what officers, who's on the ground, who's in charge of certain areas. That allows them to be on the ground and have full control of the situation going on around in the immediate area also.
When officers are trying to get a search warrant going for situations like this, what sort of things are they asking permission to look at?
What they're asking is electronic, because the search warrants have to understand what you have to have in it, what is being searched, physical areas, what physical areas did they have, house, room, car, what cars are registered to this person, bank accounts, what is social media, all those things that's going to ask the judge, say, this has just happened. We need to access this at this point. And they'll run down a list, and they have a standard list of things that they want to look at to create that timeline and create that whole evidence timeline.
It's going to take a lot of work ahead for them.
And unfortunately, with everything going on, and this is a continued problem, they have it down to a science at this point. And it's sad to say that we have that policy in place to where we have an active shooter process in place, but we do. And I'm sure LMPD has great men and women on the ground right now who are handling that as we speak.
Right. If you're just joining us, we know that you normally are watching Listens Live at this point, but I'm Shannon Kogan alongside Myra Ansari and our Wave News safety and security expert, Deshaun Johnson, as we're staying on top of this mass shooting that took place this morning at 8:30 in that building right there on East Main, the one to the right. It took place inside that building about 8:30 this morning. Officers quickly arrived. They exchanged gunfire, and the shooter is dead. We don't know if the shooter was killed by police or if the shooter died from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. But sadly, 4 other people were killed and 2 officers were injured. One is in surgery and in critical condition. The other one is not as seriously hurt. And we do know also that a total of 8 people are being treated right now at U of L Hospital, and that includes the 2 officers. Mayor Craig Greenberg held a press conference. Gosh, what time was that, Myra? I'm trying to remember.
Probably around 11:30.
Was it 11? Okay, let's listen into part of what he said.
First, I ask that everyone around our city, around the country, around the world, pray with us for those who are currently at U of L Hospital, injured, fighting for their lives as a result of another act of gun violence.
And that was Mayor Craig Greenberg talking about this morning's shooting at the bank there that you see on the right in downtown Louisville, across from Louisville Slugger. Again, 4 killed, 8 injured. The shooter is dead. We do know that the shooter was a previous employee, but we don't know exactly what specifically drove the shooter to go into the bank and open fire this morning. LMPD responded within just minutes of getting those 911 calls this morning, and just a horrific scene spreading across our community this morning. And we've been talking to Deshaun Johnson, our WAVE safety and security expert, about this impacting our community. And Deshaun, you've said not this over and over again when we talk to you about these sort of situations. It's not if it'll happen to you, but when it'll happen to you. And it's just heartbreaking every single time.
Yes, it is. It is. And as she stated, that if this person was an employee or ex-employee, then it's possibly a targeted situation, and those that hurt the most, because you have the targeted active shooter and you have the random active shooter. Those who are targeted are people inside the building that were assumed to be someone that the aggressor had a problem with. He targeted them to go in and cause bodily harm to them. And that's the part that really bothers you, because I'm sure there's some way, whatever the differences was, it could have been worked out without causing the tragedy that we are talking about today.
One source told me that on every Monday they had a standard meeting that would take place at the bank. So I'm sure we'll learn more. The press conference, LMPD is going to be holding another one today at 3 o'clock. And then there was another situation at JCTC that we heard about too. At first there were concerns that that was another mass shooting, but it was a shooting that took place. We're still gathering information about that, but the alleged shooters took off before police could get to that scene.
We don't believe that they are connected at all. So.
Yeah, LMPD is saying that this, in the Old National Bank building shooting, that person acted alone, was a lone aggressor. And again, LMPD asking people stay away from downtown. As you look in this area, you can see Main Street right up there toward the top, and no cars are on that right now because police have blocked off many roads in our area.
And they said that this investigation is going to go late into the night. It's not going to wrap up anytime soon. So a lot of work ahead for these officers as they're dealing with so much grief themselves.
Yes, especially when one of their own is involved. And that's the hardest part, because you're still thinking about the injuries to the other officers, and that weighs on you. But you still, as I said, have a job to do. You have to process the evidence and go through that, because as you say, being a small city, it is also a small department. And each one of these officers, one way or another, are connected to one and each other. So I'm sure that whoever the injured officers are, they're connected to all these officers who are out there on the ground right now.
Officers routinely go through active shooter training. That's a part of how often do they go through that sort of thing?
It just depends on how it's set up. From each department is different. Each department is different with the active shooter training and how they train the officers and how they retrain them. It's different from each department. So there's no set way you have to go through it, but it's different for each department.
Okay. Well, Deshaun, thank you again. You'll be staying with us as we continue to stay on top covering this horrific situation from this morning in downtown Louisville, leaving 4 killed, 8 injured, and the shooter also dead. I'm Shannon Cogan, and alongside Myra Ansari and Deshaun Johnson here, I want to thank you for joining us. I'm going to hand my microphone over now to Wave News anchor John Bull, who is here for continuing coverage on this. And right now, here is Brian Good to give us an update on the surrounding areas when it comes to traffic.
All right, thanks, guys. Here's where we stand on this. Again, we are still waiting word on any additional changes to this. It'll happen, I'm sure there will be as the day evolves, but it still stands that really it's the center portion there of where the incident took place there near on Main Street near Slugger Field between Hancock and Floyd. That area certainly is blocked off, but there is a lot of traffic in general in downtown streets, as you might imagine. A lot of folks kind of maneuvering around. The interstates are in good shape. It's all about the surface streets right now as far as the traffic that has been building up. So just be a little patient. If you have to venture the downtown and you're waiting for loved ones to come back home from either their place of work or from maybe a doctor's office or a hospital in downtown. The main area that's closed off is right there on Main, right at the point there of Old National Bank at Slugger Field, all the way down to Clay. And of course, this is a one-way street, so all the traffic, of course, they don't have to expand it too far out, but it's certainly a lot more of a detour. You'll see those set up as you head through the city, kind of surrounding that spot. Of course, we're still waiting word of the incident that took place there at 8th and Chestnut. Was not at JCTS, but it was in that area. And again, that is still very active setup too. The traffic sensor has been at times going flat out red in that area, indicating that traffic constantly is being diverted. But I got an assumption that that area is likely going to be closed off there, especially as you head toward Chestnut. So I'll be watching that as we hit the remainder of the afternoon. So a lot of the heavy traffic, of course, right now is on the western and central portion of the city. It's where most of the traffic is being basically forced away from the city at the moment. To get everyone out of there that needs to and get the area calmed down and hopefully set and staged ready for what happened for the afternoon round of traffic. And of course, schools will be entering some of the traffic flow too here in about 2 hours from now. There's that live view again from our Skytrack camera showing the scene of the Old National Bank on the first floor of that building on the right-hand side. There's Slugger Field. That's the Preston Highway side to exit into Slugger Field. The Main Street side is the one, of course, is facing to your right-hand side on top there, heading to the south. All right, you look at I-65, again, traffic there around the Muhammad Ali exit. Everything is light. It has calmed down quite a bit in downtown the past 2 hours, especially. We've seen traffic really thin out in that area, and that's still the case as you look into downtown Louisville from the area Trimark cameras. We're watching it carefully. I'll let you know if there's any, again, changes on some of the street changes and closures, especially as we try to see what happens here with the additional traffic being added into the mix for this afternoon. John Bolenmeyer, I'll send it back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Brian. We just got a tweet from Mayor Craig Greenberg saying that they've set up a family assistance center for anyone involved in today's shooting at the Kentucky International Convention Center at 3rd and Market entrance. Victims and family members, please go to this location for updates. So that's just coming in from the mayor.
Okay, further complicating matters today has been a shooting at 8th and Market. Many of the officers who were on scene responding to this mass shooting had to rush out and deal with that. Let's get out to Mark Stevens to learn a little bit more about what is going on at 8th and Market.
John, I'm actually at U of L Hospital. There might have been a communication mix-up in the back room. What I can tell you is when that shooting occurred, there were a number of officers who were here at the hospital that ended up taking off lights and sirens. We saw officers who were running to their squad cars so they could get to that scene. Then later we learned that LMPD told us that
Hey guys, wasn't trying to kick everybody out of the studio. My apologies on that. Trying to reset some of this stuff. Not a whole lot has come out. It looks like everything is pretty much for the Louisville shooting, somewhat the same as what it was when I left earlier. I spoke to a couple of people from Louisville, and there's guys, it's so weird. I mean, you guys have been watching this coverage. I've been on the phone with a reporter from there and a resident from there. One of the residents was actually in the chat room earlier, and I spoke with them at length. They went down there. No information's coming out about this. I mean, I'm just popping back in here. Let's see if I can find this right here. I'm updating some of my live feeds that I had earlier and just see if any of them will pop back up. But here we go again, you know, with the lack of information coming out in a timely fashion. And there's been a little bit of conflicting information. I won't go too much into it. There was some conflicting info about the firearms. And I believe at this point, and I'm looking at this one particular website right now just to see if there's anything new on it. But it looks like we're back to I think somebody had assumed they knew what it was earlier, what firearm it was. Again, not that matters. I'm just trying to get as much detail and data out as I can. And it looked like that story kind of unraveled a little bit, where someone was saying that they knew what it was. And then others have said, no, that's not been confirmed yet. So this says 7 minutes ago, live updates. And pardon me 1 second while I go through this. Of course, Attorney General Merrick Garland has been briefed. Biden calls on Republicans in Congress to act after the. See, these people. President Joe Biden condemned the latest mass shooting Monday at a bank in Louisville, Kentucky, where 4 people were killed. He said, once again, our nation mourns after a senseless act of gun violence. Jill and I pray for the lives of lost and impacted by today's shooting. Too many Americans are paying for the price of inaction with their lives. When will Republicans Congress act to protect our communities? What an idiot. What an absolute idiot this guy is. So that's all I know there. Louisville lawmaker calls for action on gun violence. That's pretty much all this is. It's just screaming for banning guns. Oddly enough, not a whole lot of conversation about the person who pulled the trigger. But yeah, let's enact some gun legislation. Yeah, that sounds like that would work. Even though somebody was hell-bent on breaking law. Bank shooter used AR-15 style rifle. Here we go. Gun used in Louisville bank shooting was an AR-15 style rifle. Federal law enforcement sources tell CNN. Police believe the lone gunman in the shooting did have a connection to the bank. I was going to say, we knew that earlier. Let me see when I click on this link if it actually says anything more. And does this live feed over here even have audio to it, or am I just? No, it doesn't say. So then if that's the case, I'll at least show you guys what I'm looking at. This is what I'm looking at here. Okay, this is a CNN page. Understand this is going to be completely tainted and poisoned by their own agenda. 4 people have been killed in a shooting. At least 8 people were transported to a hospital. Police say they believe the shooter, who also died at the scene, was a lone gunman. Shooter used an AR-15 rifle. It's weird that the things they have cherry picked to make it fit their agenda. I mean, just look right here. What we're covering from CNN. Not sure if you guys can see that. Let me see if I can get a little closer there. So they've decided they want to report that 4 people have been killed. They want to report, again, knowing all the other information that they have, they want to report that 2 officers were shot, and they want to report that it was a lone gunman. They want to report that it's an AR-15 style rifle. But even though we know who this guy is, I'm thinking he must fit one of their protected categories, because he would appear to be a white male based on what I saw earlier. And since a white male is an unprotected group that they don't have any problem with you saying stuff about, see, this is the person. Let me see if I can pull that where you can see it. That's the person. So it tells me that he doesn't look like a girl who, quote, transitioned to be a boy, and they are calling him a man. So my guess is they will agree that he's a man. I wonder if he's maybe out, like gay, and I'm sorry if that offends somebody, because that would put him in a protected class, because with him being a white male, he's in an unprotected class, and they would have no problem dragging him and putting all his information out there simply because that is an unprotected class according to the media. So I almost think that he might fall somewhere into a protected box for them. So that's why they're not putting that out. Again, they have an agenda for that. There's a reason why. Looking at some of the other stuff, everything's just pretty much people calling for gun control. Of course, they talk about the rifle right there. That's what I read to you guys a short time ago. What we know about the bank shooting: 4 dead, 8 injured. Police officers also shot. The shooter is dead. They still not saying his name on here either, even though we so far have his name. Now, I haven't gotten his name from an official source. You guys are the ones who gave me his name. So it's possible that's wrong too. We may have gotten bad information. The mayor, who is clearly a Democrat, was asking for gun control. Mitch McConnell will probably ask for gun control too. He is no friend of the Second Amendment. Republicans are in many cases just as bad as these Democrats. So yeah, that's it. That's nothing new that you guys probably don't already know. As I stated before, I like to do these things to get the information out there as quickly as possible so that we can discern a bunch of the information ourselves, instead of relying on the news media to give us bad information that they've already shaped into whatever narrative that they want to put out. I want to mention to you guys, if you don't already follow the Think Town podcast here on YouTube, if you're watching this on YouTube, tonight at 8:00. Yes, I can. Excuse me. Let me finish this thought real quick. Dr. Fart Melton. At 8:00 Central Time tonight, the Think Town podcast will be on, and it will be me and 3 other panelists. And we'll be talking about a bunch of stuff. We'll be talking about the Taiwan-China situation, which looks like it's about to kick off World War III, and a couple of other situations. We will obviously talk about this as well. So if you want to have a little bit more in-depth discussion tonight, starting at 8:00, join us at the Think Town podcast. We will be streaming also through the Legally Armed America YouTube, but I think this might be the last week that we multi-stream it, and then next week it'll all be from the Think Town podcast. So obviously we would ask that you go follow and subscribe to the Think Town podcast so that you can get that notification. Dr. Melton says, Paul, can you give me a quick rundown on what we know to be confirmed? Been working, didn't even know this was going on. Yes. Total of 5 people are dead. 4 are victims that were shot by the killer. The 5th dead person is the killer, who was shot, according to law, what I've read so far, law enforcement. I spoke to somebody on the ground in Louisville, and they did say that they're not putting it out of the news yet, but locally they are saying that law enforcement are the ones. There was a shootout. This person went into a bank. This person is confirmed to be, supposedly confirmed, not from me, from them, a previous employee. If it's the person that some of you guys, some of the viewers actually pointed out, then this person still showed that they were a current employee. So they must have just been terminated or let go or left. But this was a former employee of the bank, and a former employee based on his LinkedIn page, probably the last 5 years, it looked like. The question was asked at the press conference if there was any security at the bank at that time, and they said they was not sure if there was any security there, which is really sad in a gun-free zone that you don't have somebody that can protect that gun-free zone, but that's what you get with gun-free zones. And 2 officers were shot, and the 8 others that went to the hospital. So there's a total of 8 that went to the hospital, with 6 civilians and 2 law enforcement officers. So that's all we know so far. Somebody has made the claim, a loose claim, no pictures, no confirmation from law enforcement, but stated that an eyewitness claims that there was a long, this is their words, quote, long assault rifle that was used in the shooting. So I don't know that. I've not gotten any confirmation on that other than that unconfirmed report. And also, I think there's going to be a news conference at 3:00. So it looks like in the next couple hours, we're going to know something a little bit more. Maybe more details will come out. I've got a few things I have to go run and do. So hopefully I'll be back by then and I can stream the new press conference and put it out there. But for now, I'm just going to leave this stream up and just keep it there. And hopefully, doubt it will update itself, but I'll at least leave this information up for anybody that has to pop in just to see what's going on. You never know when. It does look like this page actually might update itself. So this page may update itself as the day goes on. Anyway, guys, I will catch you all in a little bit. I'm going to go try to pull some more information. I have a couple things I have to do, and then I'll be back hopefully before the 3:00 news conference from the mayor, the governor, and whomever else is there. So, guys, I'll see you all shortly.